Commander Reese returned to the station after his vacation, things remain unchanged. As Vogel takes a leave of absence, Lieutenant Garibaldi Quinix goes on the hunt to find Kegu's biological parents as the mystery surrounding him deepens. The Doctor has a rather unexpected visit. And with that, we're going to start the session off in Garibaldi's quarters. I believe, Garibaldi, you were going to do some digging in on a certain someone before a certain individual went missing.
Say that again?
I believe you're going to try to dig into Kegu and a certain data cache she recovered.
Yes. Yeah, I want to go through the data and look for a clinic host, clinic client whose DNA profile makes matches that of Kegu, or potential parent of Kegu, as it were.
All right. Give me. Did you collect any DNA samples from Kegu by chance?
No, but I'm sure the doctor has it on file. I'm sure if we pull it from the medical files.
Those are private, by the way.
Which is why he's going to have a hard difficulty. This is going to be a reason plus medicine difficulty of 3.
Research focus.
This is just to pull the genetic files. So
No, okay. Just asking.
I'll take reason or control for this, but plus medicine. But yeah, difficulty 3.
Oh, for focus research.
No, not for research.
Okay. I will give you 3 threat for 2 extra die. Especially without a focus or a talent. No, none of either of those things. Dang it.
I'll let you
What?
succeed at cost, but there is a complication.
Yeah, the last complication I got for something like that got me caught. Considering Mountain's comment, is my search being involving hacking into the doctor's computer files?
medical records. You'd be essentially going after civilian medical records on the station.
Well, the reason I'm asking is I'd like to call back to Stardate 5733 57337, where I use my computer hacking skills to delve into Praxis files to get information to the value of risk taken and pursuit of knowledge must be taken. Will you take that call back to gain and spend a determination?
That's a stretch. Sure, I'll take that.
Oh. Then I will spend that determination to re-roll. Re-roll 2 of those dice.
Same value, I take it.
Yes.
Gain a momentum and barely managed to get around certain protocols that you're surprised the doctor had put in place, and you're able to get the genetic profile of Kegu.
Cool. Now I'm going to attempt to match that to potential parents. So kind of do a DNA profiling or a genetic profiling to match that to potential parental units.
Reason medicine, difficulty of 2. Do you wish to be assisted by the station's computers? Because they might leave a record if you do.
No.
Okay.
I'll roll without assistance in the computer. I will spend the momentum for a third die.
All right.
Looks like I got it back.
Had to remove some tidbits because wouldn't have been in the.
Okay. Then I would go through Starfleet Federation files to let me look through the Federation files specific to Trill to see just a surface background search to begin to see what I find about these two people.
Let's make this reason con difficulty 2.
Boy, am I glad I spent points in con. Spend that determination again. Not determination, but that momentum again. We take research as a focus now.
Yes, I will.
Oh. Oh, I should have asked him. I could have. Should have asked you if I could get assistance from the ship's computer this time because I'm not doing anything illegal. But I forgot to ask before I rolled. So
I'll allow it, um, but I'm going to increase the complication for the ship's computer.
that's fair. Just a 2.
Yep, just the two.
What's the roll for the ship?
Computer's con.
Calculation 2. Time. That's why you have 2 momentum, right?
Does the roll stand?
I got to take that away because I spent that. I don't have a reroll. Yeah, except this time I'm not doing because usually almost all my values are tied to doing sneaky things. Um, this is just a base database or basic database search.
This is why you never work alone.
I was working with a computer. Doesn't that count?
That's sad if it does.
I'll let you succeed at cost if you want.
Yeah, I'll succeed at cost.
All right. And as for the complication, this actually takes up most of your morning.
That's fair. Well, I mean, it's probably a huge database. Poor Garibaldi probably didn't use the right search terms or something.
It took you a lot longer than expected, and pretty much you've been ignoring any sort of messages that you would have received from the morning.
Does the file indicate if these two know each other at all? My guess is no, considering the nature of the clinic, but
Computer does not have any sort of knowledge bank on if they have a relationship or not, or have ever been in a relationship.
so no marriage, whatever the trill version of marriage records is.
Indication indicates that they are separate.
What's in the database from the clinic about these two? Anything other than their names? As a player, I want to take a moment, a few minutes to think about how I want to proceed from here. If you want to switch to somebody else.
All right. I feel like I'm missing a character knobs. All right, we're going to jump on over to operations, where Commander Arif is having a pleasant conversation with someone.
Hello.
I assure you, the weapon is. It was a gift from my father.
Oh, please, believe me, I don't have anything such as that myself, but I, there's no reason to be nervous. Do you want something to drink, perhaps? I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna get something to drink, so it's not like you'd be adding an extra trip.
Just water. It will be fine.
Ice? No ice.
Um, ice.
Excellent. Hopefully it'll settle down. It'll settle you down. And Arif will go get a glass of ice water and a glass of, oh, let's go with grapefruit juice this morning. It's a good day. And once giving it to her, he'll continue and after sitting down and say, um, well, like I was saying, I don't have any family heirlooms myself, but I certainly understand the appeal. And, well, quite frankly, screw ups happen. And, well, the moment you decide to depart, you'll of course get it right back. I don't I don't blame you at all.
So I'm not gonna be thrown into the brig or go to jail.
Chuckling a little bit, Arif will say, well, we usually charge a little extra for that. And, well, quite frankly, I don't think it's necessary in this situation. Unless, of course, you happen to disagree.
No, no, I don't.
Now, if nothing else, since you're up here and, well, I'd say your glass is still at least half full. Why don't you let me know a little bit about, well, is this weapon or simply just a family heirloom, or is there some interesting meaning or story behind it?
My father gave it to me as a gift to say it would help protect me. He says the galaxy is full of dangerous things and people. You're not one of them, are you?
God, I hope not. Uh, Arif will say, leaning back a little bit. Um, and he'll say, well, I can't argue with the logic and say any of that is untrue. I also can't lie. That is a slightly lackluster story. So instead, to fill the space, well, why don't you you know, tell me why you're here?
Um, Here to visit family.
Um, oh, you you have family on board. Excellent. Are they an officer or is it one of the civilians?
He is an off. Kind of things from it. I just told he serves here. Um,
Oh, we'll
Doctor
get you.
Doctor Zachary Mountain. Do you know him?
Arif will break into a pretty wide grin at that and kind of wrap the desk a little bit and say, Dr. M, why didn't you just say so in the first place? Hell, if I known Dr. M was your brother, I might have let you keep the weapon.
He's not my
It's locked
brother.
away now.
He's my uncle.
Oh, oh, I apologize. He looks a little too young to be an uncle. You Well, that's amazing. Let me just say your uncle is quite frankly one of the most pleasant men I've ever met, and well, at my age, that's saying something.
That's good to know because I've never met him before. She kind of bites her lip a little bit.
Oh, Arif nods and says, "Well, I guess that would explain some of the skittishness. Well, would you, if nothing else, would you like to do this on your own, or would you like a refill kind of pause, searching for the word, uh, and shrugging, he'll say, "Would you like to be accompanied by a friend?"
Um, Considering this is my first time being on a station, well, does the whole transferring between ships count as being on other stations, or is that just like a thing?
I Thinking back, he'll say, "Well, I think quite frankly that even transferring puts you on a station, so it's correct that you were certainly on one." And well, quite frankly, Arif shrugs a little bit. I'd say there's better barometers to measure your self-worth.
I see.
Well,
She kind of thinks for a
why
moment,
don't
like she's cocking her head back for like, how do I want to do this?
uh well, you know what, Arif, kind of noticing that gesture, will say, if you want my suggestion, I just because I happen to know this station vastly better than you, uh, it might make sense to, well, if it were my choice in the matter, what I would do would be I would probably leave you in the office where you're comfortable for a couple minutes, and well, I would have a chat with Dr. Mountain, simply because I don't know if being well, completely, you know, I believe he'll look forward to the experience of meeting you quite a bit. I just believe he's the type of man who would rather be able to see it coming, if that makes sense.
So, is it to the surprise that I'm here?
Oh, it's a surprise, Arif will say, smacking his head. Oh, well, that's easy enough. Why don't we go to the Arboretum? Why don't you hide behind a tree? And why don't I call Dr. Mountain for a chat? Or I could act like he's in trouble and just call him up to the office.
The second one feels a little bit devious, though the first one might give him a heart attack. I like option 2 better.
uh, Smiling a bit, Arif will say, you know what? I can't lie, I'm in a good mood today, and I like option 2 better today as well. So, hush up, here goes nothing. And he will hit his comm badge and page Dr. Mountain.
Go for Mountain.
Doctor, Arif says, and
Arif, you're back already. I hadn't had a chance to talk to you. How you doing?
yes, doctor, it was a pleasant trip. However, well, quite frankly, getting back was quite unpleasant. And, well, quite frankly, you and I need to have a discussion now.
Sure.
My office now.
I'll
And
be
I'm
right
just
there,
going to end the.
sir. He turns off the comm. I don't know what that's about. He'll nod to Nurse Frola. I'm going up to the Arif's office. I'll be back, I hope, soon.
Sure thing, Doctor. We got it down here.
Thanks. He walks to the nearest travel lift.
And as he does that, Arif's gonna turn to the woman and say, did did I do okay? Quite frankly, my old ex not so better half. Uh well, she was the actress, not me.
You sounded very convincing. Almost reminded me of my high school principal. He was scary. You didn't want to get called down to the office by him.
Arif will nod, pleased with himself, and go back to enjoying the day as he waits for Dr. Mountain.
After a few moments pass by, Dr. Mountain, you managed to make it up to uh, Commander Arif's office.
All right.
Instead of the usual enter, you get the get in here.
I walk in. Commander Arif? Yep.
What's up,
Can I
Doc?
help you, sir? Oh, that's it. Hello. You wanted to see me, sir? He stands up properly Federation style.
Slightly, pretty much dropping the hard ass routine as the sentence goes on. Arif says, uh, "Go get yourself a drink," and then he'll just lapse into silence.
Well, nice to see you too. He relaxes a moment, but the shape, he seems very fit. So his shape remains Federation standard, as if he's holding himself for many years in that program as a doctor, etc. And you may be. I'm Dr. Zachary Mount. Nice to meet you.
Faye Hawkins.
Hawkins, what was your first name again?
Faye?
Faye. Nice to meet you. Ms. Hawkins. What brings you to Starbase 17? Looks at Arif questioningly.
Arif is still lapsed into silence.
He looks back to her. Do you like noodles? There's a great one, noodle bar at the promenade up there near the Arboretum. There's lots to see. How long is your stay here?
That depends. I do like noodles, but
Great.
I'm here visiting family. Uncle Mountain.
Oh, Uncle Mountain. Well, nice to meet you too. Niece Hawkins? You can call me Zach. So you are my niece. How is your mother?
She's doing good.
Haven't seen her. Where's she about these days?
Traveling. Currently.
Yeah. That's why she went to the stars. Yeah, nice. Still near Vega or somewhere else? I haven't been back for a while.
Yeah, she's still near Vega. Though she divorced father. And I've been living with him on Earth.
On Earth? Yeah, I try to get back there once in a while. Great. Nice to meet you. So he's what, you just came to visit or come to check out see what old Uncle Mountain is doing?
Yes. We've never met, and
Obviously.
mother.
She never told me.
Well, you don't really talk.
Yeah.
She says you're always
Well.
too busy with work. So I
Well.
thought I'd drop in and surprise you. So surprise.
Surprise! I'm surprised. Well, nice to meet you. Arif, why did you call me up so briskly? Just curious. Nice to meet you. May I call you Faye?
That would be fine.
Oh,
Sorry, Doctor. I
no worries.
felt it would add to the surprise. Quite frankly, I'm in a bit of an amusing mood.
Well, good. I'm glad you had it. Speaking of noodles, maybe we can have lunch. Arif, you're welcome to come along. You saw that dinner thing we were supposed to do at some point. I don't know. We keep changing plans.
I would love to tag along if the two of you would have me, and only on the condition that it does not count as that dinner, Doctor.
Oh no, it's lunch. All right. Sorry. I do have work to do. I am running the medical days here at the station, but you're welcome to come along and check it out as long as there's no emergency. And I would have your attention for a while. Then we'll meet for lunch, Commander.
I can't wait, Doctor. I'll be there.
Great. Okay. And then he steps to the left side to let her walk through. Unless you have more business with the commander.
No, no. I just need to check in to some accommodations, but
Oh, sure. I'm sure we can. Reef, will you arrange for something near my area so we can chat in the lounge area or whatever?
Of course, Doctor. I'll give her the closest quarters, and if memory serves, uh, Ensign Ensign Lopes just transferred off the station, and I believe she had the quarters directly adjacent towards yours. So why don't we just set her up there?
Yeah, she was from. Didn't talk much, but she. Your mom's totally right. I'm always too busy. I believe it. Let's go walk. Commander, nice to see you. Funny. Glad you're in a good mood after your vacation. Any air quotes? When she's not looking.
she grabs her luggage.
Oh, I'll
and,
carry one or two of them.
oh,
Yeah, let me help.
Thank you, Uncle Z.
Sure.
Or Uncle
You're
L.
welcome, niece. There you go. Sounds good. Thanks, man.
Anything else you wish to do, Commander?
Arif, sitting down at his desk and looking at his console, actually puts puts the work away. Doesn't really want to, quite frankly, deal with it just yet. So I suppose he'll go meander around the station, eventually trying to probably stop in on Garibaldi before it's lunchtime.
Unfortunately, the to-do task for going to Vogel is not here.
Well, then we are all the vortex of Starfleet work. It has entered the red tape bureaucracy. I'm only a comm badge away. They know that.
First thing you do when you go on vacation is leave the comm badge at home. Unless you're a
No.
station commander and you can't do that.
Hey, I was on another Starfleet ship. It's kosher.
So, Doctor, you take Faye to her cabin.
Yeah. So they're drop off her luggage and stuff. There you go. You probably want to settle in for a few minutes, but I don't even remember what deck it is. But here, I pointed it out on the wall chart, just right there, a couple ticks away. The arboretum's at the top, and the starship places are at the bottom. You probably got the nearby ship. So, but if you have any questions or anything, we'll have to talk unless you have time at the moment. Talk about your mom and dad. And you, of course.
Sure.
Great. I know that sort of drop stuff towards the center of the room near, just pile it on a chair or something. And it'll sit on the edge of a chair. And there you go. It's a pretty nice space. Yeah. So, when did you get in?
This morning. Apparently, bringing a weapon on board a Starfleet installation is a no-no.
Oh, wow. What kind of weapon did you have?
It's just a phaser pistol.
Okay. At least it wasn't a thermal detonator. Just kidding. Yeah. Yeah, they frown upon that kind of stuff. At least you have to declare it, usually. That's one of the things. Maybe have a permission slip of some sort. I'm sure we can, if you need it for personal protection, you're in good hands on the station. Lieutenant Garibaldi's a good guy to know, and you may see him on the promenade. He's one of the other folks on the crew, but security's pretty good here. But anyway, it's just small talk. So, tell me about yourself. What brought you here?
You, believe
Okay.
it or not,
Sure. Right. I mean, if you don't mind my asking.
well, Mother spoke very little of you, and Grammy and Grandpa didn't always said you were really bright and the best within Starfleet, so I thought I see it for myself.
Sure. Interesting.
And since I
Curiosity, I guess. But you're trying to measure me up to some standard that my parents had for me, that's perceived? Or are you following the medical path yourself? Or are you stuck in
I'm
Starfleet?
well, I'm thinking about maybe trying to join Starfleet. My
Oh, really?
aptitude test was really good, and a few of my teachers when I graduated high school recommended maybe a career in Starfleet or potentially in some sort of research avenue, but
Sure.
I figured I have a family member in Starfleet, so why not see what it's like for myself before attempting?
Right. Interesting. I'm not opposed to that. I think they do have your options for civilian specialists. I'm not sure what fields you have a focus on or interest in, but there's a lot of variety here at the station. I can't really stay too long, but we got a lot of things going on at the station and a lot of unfortunateness nearby. So we're evacuating Federation is thousands and tens of thousands, as many as we can, to the planet below. So anything that you could think of that would help in that direction might be something you could offer, among other things. How does that sound?
I was thinking more of like observations, just to watch you work.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we could do something like that. Well, why don't you come down to Med Bay when you're ready, and uh, I'll talk to Miss Frola and make sure that we can find a good spot for you to sit or stand, and go from there. But I do want to chat with you over lunch about parents. What's your dad's name, if you don't mind me asking?
Jason.
Jason Hawkins?
Yes.
Yes. Well, thank you, Faye. It's a pleasure to meet you. I had no idea. Well, maybe I did, but I didn't. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't know about you. But we can make up for it. You're here. So yeah, we'll start from there. Nice to have met you. Let's chat later when you're ready.
See you for lunch. I'm going to unpack.
Yeah, it's probably gonna take you the whole morning. But anyway, nice to meet you, Faye. Um, what did you, Uncle Z, Uncle M? Either one. I'm cool. All right. Anyway, or just Zach. It's fine too. I will talk to you later, Faye. Thank you. Do you hug? And he'll stand there for a moment.
Of course. And then she kind of runs up and gives you a hug.
And I hug her gently back. It's so nice to meet you, Faye. All right. We'll chat later. Love you.
Noodles, right?
Noodles. Unless you want something else. Noodles are good.
Noodles is fine.
Great. All right. I'll see you then. And make sure you get a comm badge too, so you can communicate as needed. You're going to be one of my student observers or something like that.
Okay.
I'll get it arranged. All right. I gotta get back to the bed day. All right. See you later. And he walks up with a nod.
And you head back to sick bay. Nice. Alright, we'll cut back over to Garibaldi. What are you up to?
Have I completed my morning of computer searching?
Yes. You realize it's getting very close to midday.
All right. Realizing that Prax and I, it just occurred to me that since Prax and I had to ended up leaving Trill and that clinic in a bit of a hurry, um, yeah, Garibaldi is going to complete a search warrant requirement, or a search warrant application um, for personnel records at that clinic, uh, using of course, probably his probable cause would be the theft of genetic material, or the discovery of the theft of genetic material from the clinic and the murder of the janitor, for his probable cause for his search warrant application. and he'll transmit the application to one of the judges that is friendly or commonly used by Starfleet intelligence to get search warrants. Character was making.
Make this sort of a difficult task for you because that is a civilian investigation.
Okay.
So that's going to be a presence command, difficulty of 4.
Persuasion is a focus. I am being persuasive just in writing.
I'll take that.
I'm not really taking any risks or crossing any lines. Seeing as this is kind of my current mission, can I spend my determination towards the mission directive?
No.
I will certainly understand a no. I'm just asking.
I said no.
Okay, I didn't hear you.
It's a side mission, so doesn't
That's
fall
fair.
on the daily mission directive.
All right, so really don't have a value that's going to work for this. I'm not taking any risks. I'm not crossing any lines. Can I stretch towards take nothing on faith, verify everything?
No.
Okay, I recognize I was stretching there. All right, then enjoy. I will give you all the threat and roll 5 dice because that could possibly come back to bite me later. Wow. Oh, Lord, that is terrible for spending that much threat. All right.
Does the roll stand?
I with command, I don't have any rerolls. I don't have a value to spend towards, so I don't have any way to I don't have any way to not make it stand.
Okay. Uh, Unfortunately, your pocket intelligence judge comes back and says, like, this is civilian matter, not worth the time for Starfleet intelligence to be investigating. And
Yeah.
he regards like your own personal matters are your own business, not Starfleet's.
Can't win them all. Oh well. Try a different way. Is it possible to get a communication, a comm channel to Trill all the way out here?
It's possible to get a message, but not a like
Not a
direct.
live channel.
Yeah, it well be it. The buoys haven't been put back in after the piracy stuff, so blame pirate Klingons for destroying communication.
It's always,
buoys.
it's always those stupid pirate Klingons. Um, Silly civilian doctors don't know anything about encryption protocols either. Um, all right, I'm going to send a message to Dr. Onyx at the clinic. I don't think we ever gave the clinic a name.
There is a name. It was spoken once, and I did not write it down, and I forgot. And so did the GM that was running that session because he came up with it on the spot.
So I'm gonna send a I'm gonna send a message to Dr. Onyx at that clinic. Um, and this needs to be done live because I was going to start that conversation with, "Hey, you remember me?" Yeah, that's not going to work over a message. I'll never be able to convince him over a text message. I'm gonna need an excuse to go to Trill. In the meantime, uh, can I track down the location of the Jason Nav?
The who?
Or what sector it normally operates out of?
Oh, yeah. Reason con difficulty 2.
Just need to generate some momentum, damn it. I'll give you a threat. I'm sure you're enjoying all that. For an extra die. It's not my day. All right, so apparently,
All your good rolls were last night, apparently, right?
yeah. Apparently, I can't find that ship. Uh,
I'll give it to you. It's somewhere in the Alpha Quadrant.
yeah,
Not very helpful, but yeah, it's somewhere in the
there's
Alpha
it there.
Quadrant.
There's it down. How far away is this mining colony?
That will be a reason con difficulty 0.
Oh, an opportunity to fish
Yes.
for momentum.
Gain a momentum. The colony is actually about roughly a light year from Starbase Aegis. It's actually relatively close, and I can throw you onto the area map.
Oh, that's not too bad. How far is that in travel time, say in a borrowed Orion merchant ship?
Ooh, calculator. Where are you?
Or a Starfleet runabout, depending on what Arif lets me borrow.
It will be about the same speed, just so you know.
All right. I mean, is that like a day trip or?
No, not really. About a week, week and a half, maybe a little bit longer.
I suppose, is that colony close enough for subspace communication?
It is.
Okay. Hmm. Now, which of my plays do I want to do? In for a penny, in for a pound here. Okay, everybody's going to attempt to open a channel to the mining colony.
This is New Minervi mining colony. And on the screen appears like I would say probably about the same age as your character, Trill.
Good day to you. I am looking to get in contact with a Mira Neural, who is apparently one of your geologists.
Mira. Oh, Mira. Yeah. I could patch you through to her if you like.
That'd be brilliant. Thank you.
May I state the business just for the sake of the call?
It's a personal business.
All right. Name?
Garibaldi Quinix.
And a few moments passes by, and eventually a woman appears on screen, medium hair length, Trill. Kind of got a little bit of dirt on her face, and Mr. Quinix, how can I help you? Is something the matter?
Oh, no. I'm writing a story for a news sheet back home about the exogenic clinic on Trill and the service it does for the people back home. And I understand that you're one of their clients, and was hoping if we could have a conversation. If you're open to it.
Maybe, but how did you get a hold of that? I was one of their clients. That information's supposed to be kept secret. Only
Well, it's
family.
it's one of the reasons I'm doing the story. I'm an investigative type person, Miss Mira.
I'm kind of confused what this is about. I have forgotten about the clinic.
Has anyone from the clinic been in contact with you within the last few weeks?
Yes, there was a break-in.
So that did inform me.
They did, but honestly, I have no idea what use they would have for it. But um, honestly, I don't intend to storing any more of genetic material there.
Well, it was a delicate question, Miss Neural, but has anyone outside the clinic been in contact with you about the theft or the material.
You're the first. And now, should I be worried about this conversation? And
No, man. I'm just doing some follow up related to the break in. It's a good story, or at least a disturbing one.
I would really prefer you keep my name out of any publication that you may be writing, especially for the sake of my family.
Oh, of course. This will be completely confidential, ma'am.
And
Deal with confidential sources all the time. Um, do you know Velum Revad?
who?
A man named Velum Revad.
I've never heard of him or her.
Him.
Oh,
Right. If I leave you my com address, would you be willing to let me know if anybody contacts you in relation to the theft? Besides the clinic, they'll of course keeping tabs on that.
what is this all about? Like, I know there was a theft. They said something about some things were taken, other things were destroyed. I personally, I didn't really care anymore, but this you're making it sound a little bit more interesting than what it really should be.
Well, this is very delicate and would need to stay between us, Miss Fallon, or Miss Norall. Um, you, at one point you had the genetic material stored. I would venture to assume that because you were interested in possibly having children someday.
Well, I'm not really interested anymore considering I have two children right now, and they're a handful.
Well, I hear that children that are a handful are a blessing in at least some ways.
I had the material stored because of the possibility in my line of work that accidents happen.
Well, see, I'm digging into the story on the possibility that the stolen material might be used uh, to uh, say to give create children, and if that happens, it would be an interesting follow up to my story about the genetic parents of those children if they would be interested in becoming parents to those children.
That's an awful lot to take in, Mr.
It's just a possibility.
Um,
I asked the question. You know, you get the human interest side of stories like this. You know how us nosy people in the press are.
I would very much like to know what has happened to it and what it's been used for. And if there are someone who's doing something as nefarious as this, I would really like to know if I have a child out there that I'm not aware of.
All right. Well, I appreciate your time, Miss Norrell. I will. If I learn more, would you like me to contact you again?
Please do.
And I said uh, if someone unusual, I mean, other than me, obviously, contacts you about this, please contact me at this calm frequency. I'm very, sometimes, man, it takes investigative journalism to get behind something like this, and it's a fairly serious matter. We don't want to see it slipped under the rug or fall between the cracks of an official investigation.
Well, given the information you've told me already, I am definitely filing a complaint with the Trail Ethics Board against the clinic.
There's I am sure they are already investigating, man. This is a serious matter. But when the clinic called, they did tell you the material was stolen, yes, not
They
destroyed.
didn't say whether or not it was my material or not, that they were conducting an investigation on it. Well, they never got back to me on that yet. So, given what you've told me, I get the feeling my stuff was stolen.
I would say, ma'am, be be cautious about your inquiries. I don't know if they told you, but there was a murder associated with the theft.
So, you're telling me now not to file a complaint or talk to
I'm
the.
telling you that I'm telling you that the matter is being investigated by interested parties beyond journalism. How's that? How's that for vague yet not vague? I promise you the matter will be looked into. I'm just concerned for your. I really don't know that there's a threat, but I don't like taking chances. Does that make sense, Miss Norrell?
She just kind of looks at you and then goes, shakes her head and closes the channel.
Garibaldi is slightly disappointed that the clinic lied to her or withheld information.
Anything else you wish to do?
Not at the moment. I think I need to go back to Trill. Other than Yeah, other than Europe, that's the only thing right now I can think of is Garibaldi would start going back through security and intelligence dispatches, looking for any line on basically recent. I was going to say human trafficking rings, but that doesn't apply here. sapient being trafficking, um, slavery groups selling children, illegal adoption agencies in the selling, quote unquote, selling trill children. And maybe a nice scrub through those files I stole from Dr. Mountain to see if there's anything else unusual in those medical records that he didn't tell me about.
You could do that, and I'll get it'll be a nice. It's not gonna be easy. Gave me a lot of threats, so I'm gonna spend it. If you want to go through the Kegu's medical records again, that's gonna be a reason medicine difficulty of 3, complication range of 3.
One moment. For a penny and for a pound. But yeah. I'm actually going to spend my remaining determination on the few lines they will not cross to accomplish the mission value.
You're gonna spend your other determination on. There's a few lines you won't cross.
Yeah. I mean, I'm breaking into Dr. Mountain's computer again. But if I'm doing it, I want 2 pieces of information though.
Sure.
I want Kego's files, and Garibaldi's been wanting to do this for a while anyway. He wants to figure out what it is Dr. Mountain's not telling him about that research. He's been meaning to break into Mountain's files for that for a while anyway. Suddenly, the GM goes silent.
It's reason medicine difficulty 3,
Oh.
complication range 3. You can spend your determination on that.
All right, yeah, I wanted to see if the difficulty was going to go up for a. So I'm spending the determination. I'm just going to roll flat. So I just need 1 to 2 here.
Gain that momentum.
Forgot my code breaker trait to lower the difficulty. Oh well. I'm making up for all that no negative, all those 2 sessions with no negative influences. I'm making up for it now.
Attaboy.
Really?
Do you have any questions on that?
Would like to investigate that binary code. But can I spend one of my momentum first for an obtain information to get more detail about the implant? I imagine the other thing is going to be a roll.
Yeah, the other thing is going to be a roll. I go back. I think I already. Yeah, you could spend a momentum for that.
Okay. Spend the momentum for the information about the cybernetic implant. By advanced, you mean beyond current Starfleet tech levels? Beyond it. Wait a minute. Beyond the tech level of that third one on the list?
Equal to or beyond?
Hmm. Okay. I'm assuming the doctor did store that device in sick bay somewhere. Or at least he didn't destroy it or dispose of it.
I'm assuming it went to some sort of storage or containment.
All right. That's the only momentum information spin I can think of. Doesn't mean there isn't another good one. It's the only one I can think of. Yeah, I want to try to decipher the binary code or investigate the binary code in the DNA.
Reason con or security difficulty 2.
We'll do security. Since you called it a code, can I use my code breaker trait to reduce the difficulty?
Sure.
I'm still going to give you a threat so I can activate bold anyway because the dice hate me tonight. Might as well re-roll the one, see if I can give you a complication. Nope.
2 momentum gained.
Peculiar.
That's what it comes out to be.
Okay. Oh, did I find anything about finding while I was hacking the doctor's computers? Did I find anything about his other project?
No. If you're referring to the one that he had with a certain special someone, then no. There's no record of that at all in the ship's computers. Or his.
I figured as much, but you knew Garibaldi had to look. Garibaldi's going to his computer console. Computer is the USS Expedition within communication range.
I don't know the answer to this because we haven't played it over 2 weeks now. For the sake, I'll just say high or low.
High. Yesterday was 420. We'll say high.
Okay. Yes, the expedition is within communications range.
Computer open an encrypted channel to the USS Expedition.
How encrypted do you want this to be?
Garibaldi's going to use his standard Starfleet encryption protocol.
Like, do you standard as in
Intelligence protocols. So he's going to use a Starfleet intelligence.
I was gonna make you set the difficulty for this.
Christ would have. Let me set the difficulty at 3.
Control engineering or security, and you have to get 3 successes.
Sorry. Let's see. I'll spend both momentum and give you a threat.
Offer's a little low, so
I'm I'm going to ask, but I'm betting you're not going to let me take espionage as a focus, even though this is a
No,
spy thing.
no, you're not taking. You're not trying to sabotage the expedition's computers. So at least I
There's
don't
more
think.
to espionage than sabotaging things, but I'll accept your answer, sir.
You make it.
And since I gave you a threat, I might as well fish for the and for the momentum.
Gain of momentum. And on your little panel, here's Captain Prax.
Ah, Captain Price. Glad I caught you while you were still in communication range.
What
Ah,
can I do for you, Lieutenant? And over an encryption line, so this must be important.
yes, ma'am. Uh, have you noticed any abnormalities in your daughter's DNA profile?
Um, haven't dug too deeply into it. Why do you ask?
I found a binary code embedded in Kegu's DNA. Was calling to see if you check your daughter's most recent scan.
I'm not a medical professional, and I hate to put my own crew at risk. I'll see what I can come up with.
Well, if nothing else, at least you'll know that it's possibly there. And did your doctor find any traces of a cybernetic implant in her?
No, there wasn't, but um, I had her examined at the Minervi Medical Clinic.
And there's sure nothing like that had been removed from her before you got custody of her.
No, there was no implant, but I'll just say, um, didn't exactly get her by easy means.
Yeah, that was the other question I wanted to ask you, Captain. I know it's maybe a sensitive subject, but how did you gain custody of your daughter?
Luck.
I don't mean legal custody. How did you find out about her?
Luck. At least that's what I think. It's just it's a particular topic I don't care to have over subspace, even through encrypted communications.
I understand. In that case, the next time the expedition is at the station, we need to have a talk because I'm working on the theory that someone's using the stolen genetic material to create children for a particular purpose. Kegu had an unusual cybernetic implant, very advanced. Our doctor removed it. I haven't had a chance to investigate the object myself, but I'm getting ready to. And there was that binary code. I'm guessing it's some sort of identification number, but that's just a guess. That's why I was wondering if your daughter had the same, which would make sense if it's an identification code. Anyway, that's the information I've got. When you get a chance to look for that binary code or traces, perhaps that an implant was removed before you found her, uh, let me know, or we can talk about it the next time you're at DS-17.
Well, I assure you, there was no implant um, on Kazuri. In terms for the identification code, I have no idea. I would have to go through her genetic code, or well, her DNA for that.
Well, if you want to wait till the next time you're on station, that's fine. We get Dr. Mountain to look into it. I guarantee you, he knows how to keep his mouth shut. He's got an annoying habit of being able to keep his mouth shut about things. At least annoying from my perspective.
All I can say in terms for Kesri and Kegu do have one thing in common. They were both being trying to be sold. Or at least, I'm assuming Kegu was already sold to someone, the way you found him.
He was.
Kesri
I'm
was
running
even
it.
in the process of being sold when I found her. And even at the time, I had no idea she was my daughter. Until we
I don't suppose you left the seller alive, did you?
she just kind of gives you a look like, I really don't want to answer that.
Perhaps we should talk when you get to the next time you're in DS-17, man. I guarantee you I have ways to soundproof my quarters.
Short of having a conversation in the middle of nowhere, also might be beneficial.
Yes, ma'am. Well, let me know the next time the expedition's headed back this way. In the meantime, I'm going to continue my investigation. If somebody is creating and selling children on the black market, I'm going to find them and kill them. Garibaldi just smiles as Deep Space 17 out.
Someone's going Breaking Bad. Okay, I think that takes up most of your morning, for sure.
So I'm sure. Hey, people who make children just to sell them deserve to be killed.
Cannot argue against that. Um, let's head over to Commander Arif, who is currently in the taking a stroll. I guess what fresh on closure.
Yeah, making my presence known. It's been a while since I've been on station, so if anyone, I like to make sure people know that I'm available should they need me.
All right. As you're kind of doing the typical, strolls in the arboretum, a few of the merchants nod to you as you're just, walking along, and as you get over to where the park area is at, you notice a newcomer, sort of standing and kind of looking at the park area, kind of like over by a bench, like the sidewalk and some like seating area, and just kind of looking around.
Ah, new person, in which case I shall seek them out and make sure they are welcomed. Oh, I know you.
Commander Arif.
Niece of the great Dr. Mountain.
Faye's fine. You can call me Faye.
Very well. Miss Faye, How is the station treating you?
It's very interesting. Lots of people, more than I expected.
Well, I mean, perspective, Miss Fay, it's far less than the typical planet. Hey, far less than the typical city, but it's definitely our little slice of civilization.
Are there so many children on a station? As she kind of looks over to the kids playing in the park.
Oh, we cater to all ages over here. And if I'm to be honest, I kind of think of you all as children anyways.
Oh, then I must be an infant to you.
Uh, Certainly logistically, but I believe your people have an expression through the mouth of babes.
I'm not familiar with that
Out of
one.
ah, it makes no matter. History is, well, quite frankly, an often overlooked subject, and well, hey, helps to have been there. Anyways, um, if I'm not mistaken, we're creeping up to lunch.
Yes. Here to meet Uncle Z at the noodle place, if I can find it.
uh, Laughing, Arif says, "Well, apparently, I also have to meet Doctor Z at the noodle place, so I'm sure. Well, I'm sure we'll be able to figure out where it is. Nothing to worry about there."
Oh, so you? I'll just follow you then. It'll make my job easier.
Well, I suggest that it would take your job away entirely. Uh, Speaking of the noodle place, there's no reason not to get an early table. I know sometimes they get a little busy in the early afternoon, so please, if you'll just follow me.
And you escort her towards. Is it a noodle? You guys say it's a noodle bar or is it like a restaurant?
Uh, Restaurant, hopefully, Doctor?
A noodle bar restaurant. Got it. Uh,
It's one of those,
it's both. So it's like you pick your own stuff to go into the noodle bowl. Got it. Is that what this place is? Okay. Thank you, doctor. Uh, you walk up to the restaurant. There's a little bit of a line, and there's a few empty seats, which are on more of the outside venue area of the noodle bar restaurant.
I'll turn to her and I'll say, so tell me, Miss Fay, what are your feelings on pets?
Pets, like
No, cats, dogs, birds, amphibians.
I never had a pet.
Really? Well, I'd like you to do me a favor, Miss Fay. Think about it for a second. Well, just tell me, do you want one? What's the pendulum swing to?
She just kind of shrugs, like, ah, there's a table over
Interesting.
here.
Excellent. Excellent. Then let us claim it and save it for Dr. Z.
And she takes a seat, making sure there's enough chairs for three of you.
Huh. So you lived on Earth, Miss Fay?
Yes.
Excellent. Pretty planet.
Yes, it is.
Question. Have you ever been to an Arif? Well, think about it for a second. Have you ever been to SeaWorld?
Um, no, but I've seen hollow images of whales.
You know, Miss Fay, it seems like you don't, well, quite frankly, get out too much. Is this your first time off planet?
Um, maybe.
Well, then, if nothing else, I suppose it's best that you don't currently have a pet.
Uh, Probably a good idea for now.
Oh, and I should probably stop harping on the subject. So, well, like I said, you seem to be finding the station agreeable, and well, certainly you seem very agreeable, and uh, I, well, can't wait to see the effect that your presence will have on Uncle Z. I think it'll, well, fill him a little bit with light, and a lighter doctor is something that I think we all yearn for.
Maybe. I am looking forward to seeing how he works. I was going to um, observe in sickbay later today.
I'm sorry, I missed that second sentence.
Um, she stated she was going to observe in sickbay later today.
Oh, excellent. Excellent, excellent. And up on my end, I'll make sure to keep you from, well, having to observe anything horrific.
I think that's the point when you're observing to see if it's something I would be interested in doing. I told Uncle Z that I may be applying to Starfleet Academy, but I haven't made up my mind yet. And considering he is a member of Starfleet, I thought it would be nice to get some first-hand knowledge from family.
Um, Nodding, Arif says, "Of course." And well, if you want to get some practical experience in the field, and of course, if Dr. Z um, would allow it, uh, if you wanted, I could probably put in a good word with you and one or two of the medical ships around here and, well, get you an internship.
Maybe. I mean, there's other things I think I could be good at.
Well, let's not put the cart before the horse. After all, we still need to wait for Dr. Mountain.
Oh,
And
Uncle Z, we're over here. She waves her hand.
Hey, you are. Hey, Faye, how's it going? Commander? Arif, I mean? Commander, hey, how are you? Good, I hope.
I was just admiring the view of, well, at least all the wonders that are here on your where you serve at, Uncle.
Great news. Uh, um, glad you could both make it. Let's see. Um, do you want to do idle chatter first? Or do you want to order something? Are you guys hungry? Not
I'm,
idle. You know what
I'm famished.
All right, noodles it is. As Arif probably knows, and probably told you about, I'm a noodle fan. Crazy for noodles. I do enjoy them. Uh, although I don't know if you've ever had Klingon, but the doc's not so bad. It's not as good as I remembered last time I had it, but that's kind of why I like noodles. Did like it originally. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, they don't have that here. So. And he marshals to one of either the folks or goes to the replicator.
She goes up and follows you, behind you.
All right. And yeah, just select from this menu here and grab the noodle size around here. Udons are pretty big, and the other ones you can get stringier until you get angel hair, and like that kind of stuff. And then there you go. Sauces over there. Like I said, you can have a different meal like every day if you want, and still be noodles. It's great.
And she waits for you to finish your order and then sort of follows suit.
Okay. Arif, do you want something?
oh, no, you spend time. I'll get it, doctor, thank you. And Arif will just go grab angel hair with butter and Parmesan cheese.
Yeah, so we just go through that and then wait for her, and then we'll go back to the table.
She grabs some udon noodles with some chicken and teriyaki sauce and some broccoli
Nice.
and sits down.
Ah, that's good. Yeah, great. So yeah, what was the name of the ship you came in on? He waits for her to sit down, and then he'll take a seat.
Random generator, here I come.
Anyway, yeah. Where's your dad from?
Earth. I came on the Starfall.
Oh, the Star from. Okay. Just curious. Thank you.
This is really good.
I know, right? He starts eating in between chatting. Which part of Earth? I'm not familiar with everybody's, but maybe the general area. I know where France is. About it. In San Francisco. I know where that is.
Moved around a little bit, but the last 2 years we actually spent some time in France. We were in Paris.
Ah, nice. Paris. Some cliche about Paris. Yeah, no, it's a beautiful place. I only got to visit when I landed, but that's cool. Yeah, we can set up a station for you and get you all set up for this afternoon if you still want to do that.
Very much like to observe you during your work.
Okay. And what work were you thinking that I do?
You're
Wondering.
you're a researcher, right? Medical doctor?
I am a medical doctor. That's right.
Oh. Mother was kind of vague on the subject.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, I think I didn't really. We got along. Your mom and I, yeah. So, but generally, we did our own thing and that kind of thing. But overall, we got along and we pursued our own passions. And yeah. Anyway,
Operations to Commander Arif.
Go for Reef.
Commander, you need to get to ops. We might have a situation
What's going on?
up here.
Understood. Do I need to be transported immediately?
We have a strange gravitational anomaly appearing near the station.
Better hoof it. You don't know about the transporters in that kind of condition.
Doctor, Miss Faye, if you don't mind, I think I'll take mine to go, and I will grab my plate and fork and head to ops.
Enjoy. Thanks for hanging out. Maybe dinner this week.
Hopefully not to this conclusion. Yeah, and I will take my plate and fork and head to ops. Because Arif's still hungry.
He kind of leans in. Is this station always so busy?
Unfortunately, sometimes yes. And for me, I'm glad it's a slow day. Give me a chance to chat with you, but also I would have to do any major changes. But I can. So, I'm curious. So you want to join Starfleet? Huh? Something like that. At least consider it.
Yeah, I would very much like to consider being part of Starfleet. So,
Okay.
what kind of research do you do? Mother said you did things in like cybernetics.
Yeah, I did a lot of study of different types of things. I studied a lot of ways that could help ease suffering or get new use um, for perhaps some injuries that happened to folks or stuff like that. I know I benefited from it myself. And so I wanted to make sure that I stayed on top of it and made sure I could help as many people with my studies as possible. So it's really important for me to make sure everybody's taken care of as best as I can, save as many as I can. Essentially. And it's disheartening to be able to just chat with you while millions of others are. I don't want to burden you with this idea, but others are in trouble. So, anyway, so yeah, anything, yeah, like the refugees are coming in from nearby systems. Like I was telling you earlier about going to the planet and stuff. Um, but it is a beautiful planet. I've been down there, I think, once or twice. Anyway, let's talk about noodles. How about these noodles? Am I right?
It's really good. I'm glad you recommended it.
Thanks. Yeah, no, I mean, you're family, right? So why would I not steer you in the right direction? Anyway, did your mom ever decide to change her name, or did you keep it?
She went back to your family name after the divorce.
Well, I guess, yeah. Sorry, that sounds kind of prying. I apologize. Just curious. I haven't chatted for about. Maybe I should send her a message. Is she on a starship or a starbase or something? Maybe I could reach out to her sometime, I guess.
You should. But I'm here now, and
Here we are. Yeah. Maybe one day I'll meet your dad. I mean, just because they got divorced doesn't mean they're not family, right?
he's very busy, though.
I bet. Tell me what's on your mind.
You seem like you've seen a lot, Uncle Z. I was just wanting to know if it's all cracked up to what people say it is.
I've seen the best and the worst in people in this line of work, but it was my honor to serve with so many. And I don't know. I've been on a starship for a long time, and it's kind of nice to have a place to keep my feet in one place for a while. But I do miss being out there. Anyway, but yeah, is it all it's cracked up to be? Of course. This is what I signed up for. Help people and help with Starfleet and its mission. And there's so much out here I've discovered and learned, and I've helped as many people as I could find along the way. So yeah, totally worth it.
So, you regret not being able to help the people that are currently displaced by being stuck
Well,
here on the station?
not that way, I guess. I mean, it's almost like an existential crisis because, like, how can you save people in an impossible situation? You do what you can. You support. You give your resources, your knowledge, and your abilities the best you can. You serve and do your duty, knowing that others are doing the same, and that's kind of what makes it a family. You know, you're all trying to do your best to make it right in the end.
So, is that why you always do your research? To try and help others?
Yeah, I mean, if I can figure out a way to, like, not everybody takes to, their implants as easily as others. And so, different species have different, reactions to different technologies. And, it's just not naturally in your system. You're going to have a antibiotic reaction. And so, there's things to alleviate that. And there's plenty of ways, techniques we've learned over the centuries to help ease suffering. And so that's my goal ultimately, is to figure that out.
So, are you working on anything really cool?
Um, well, depends on your definition of cool. Uh, but as far as doctoring, yeah, I've a couple different projects that I've been thinking about recently. Um, yeah,
Like what?
like what? Tissue regeneration, cell regeneration, those kind of things. They're all related to like either genetic or cybernetic like interactions, like even on a molecular level. Some technologies have the ability to adjust atoms, and in some, if you, there's different molecules if you turn it from cis to trans, or if you put it on the opposite end, or you add in a proton, you change the whole structure, lead to gold, but it's easier to do it biologically because they're so small, as far as number of things. But anyway, there's so much. It's probably too complicated to talk over noodles about. But perhaps you'd like to take a look at some of my research, and we could maybe we could do some fun, exciting administrative searches for you. figure out some cross correlation with different things. Maybe we can get to see a checkup if somebody that's Dr. Nurse Prola to see if they have some duty roster of who's up on deck. But anyway, hopefully they won't need my expert opinion or techniques. But actually, since Arif left in a hurry, I think it's important that we finish up here and go to medbay. I just want to be on standby just in case things go down. So, yeah.
Of course. And as she gets up, she stops for a second, sits back down. I'll meet you there. I think I ate too quickly.
Don't worry about it. Well, I can get you checked up in sick bay. I'm the expert here. And he takes out his
I'm sure you are, Uncle Z. I'm fine. Just need to
sure I
sit for a
have
moment.
things for your tummy aches. Right. All right, I'll see you down there. How about the top of the hour? And I give you some time.
Yep, I'll be there.
All right. Bye, Faye. Thanks for having lunch.
See you in an hour, Uncle Z.
Sure.
And we're gonna go to ops.
Don't want to.
As you welcome into ops, Lieutenant Burke speaks up. The anomaly disappears, sir, but there's... Well, I'll just show you. And the sheep pipes on the view screen, and a rather large rectangular alien ship, roughly 2/3 the size of the station, is currently nearby.
Do I recognize?
No, you do not.
Is she on an intercept course with us, Lieutenant Burke?
She's already here, sir.
Oh, okay. Is she hailing us?
Not yet.
Well, that's good. Let's see what passive sensors can pick up. Any info we can get about that?
Lieutenant Burke needs to make a reason plus engineering difficulty of 1 assisted by the station's sensors engineering.
Could Arif possibly assist with the presence command?
Sure.
Alrighty. Now let us find Lieutenant Burke.
Over in the science section.
Alrighty. Let's see here. You said reason science, correct?
Reason engineer. Or reason engineering.
Engineer.
Yes.
Alrighty. I give you a threat?
Sure. I like threat.
That was the lieutenant, not actually Arif,
Yeah.
but let me get to it.
Sensors engineering from the station. Well, the station comes through, so 2 momentum gained.
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
I rolled with the focus. That might not be. team dynamics as a focus.
Uh, can you elaborate a little? How that's going to
Uh,
apply for this
I'm
role?
I'm ordering Lieutenant Burke to do it, and because I was uh the I threw him a little bit of a swerve with the passive sensors instead of active, so I was maybe you know what? Never mind. I don't think that's gonna fly.
Usually, like team dynamics works with like organizing groups of people to do like a specific
Yeah, I
task.
know.
So,
I know. I know.
so, so total 3 momentum gained. Um, Sir, the vessel has some sort of advanced or hull plating similar to our ablative hull plating. Its shield capacity is great. I'm detecting a magnitude of advanced targeting systems and several torpedo launchers.
Well
Her
then,
weapons
best.
arrays are anti-proton.
Oh, that's interesting. Perhaps we best say hello.
She definitely, this vessel dwarfs any sovereign class that the Federation has. Or
All the more reason to say hello. Open a channel for me, will you?
channel open.
Greetings. I am Commander Arif of Deep Space 17. I'm having a good day, and, well, quite frankly, I'm hoping I can make yours better with your stay. Uh, I'll be honest, I've never seen such a ship as yours. Who might you be?
A few moments pass by, and then on the view screen appears an elderly man in a military style uniform. I am Admiral Kritos of the Clathian Empire on the flagship Eden. Here representing Princess Alina. I have not said her name in a long time. Alina, daughter to House Kuath, and to the Emperor. We wish to be granted an audience with representatives from Starfleet and the Federation.
Of course, I'd be happy to. We, of course, have facilities that are tailored to such events. However, if you'd feel more comfortable allowing a delegation aboard your own ship, I think that's something that could be worked out as well.
Your station is adequate.
Well, she could certainly use a little bit of sprucing up, but I definitely tend to agree. But feel free to feel free to transport over at your earliest convenience, and well, please let us know so we can have reception waiting.
We will send you the. We'll send you when we are ready to transport over.
Of course, and just as a precaution, could you please scan the atmosphere of our station just to make sure that it is
Your
safe for
people
your
still
people?
breathe the same oxygen, nitrogen mixture that we do.
Excellent. Well then, I look forward to our, I guess I can't say meeting, but I guess I can say greeting.
He just kind of raises an eyebrow and closes the channel.
Oh, he seemed nice, Arif will mutter to himself. Uh, and he'll, hit his comm badge and, uh, summon Garibaldi to ops. And just for the hell of it, he will. Whoa, mouse is going crazy. He'll lean by the view screen for when Garibaldi gets here.
Garibaldi's on his way.
Huh. GQ, take a look. What do you make of it?
Big. A lot of sharp
Very
edges.
big. Angular.
When did that get here?
A couple minutes ago. It was the they appear to be the representative of the name that I can't pronounce.
Kulathian Empire.
That one.
Do we know them?
I think you and I don't.
What's their? What do they want?
Well, apparently they want to treat with someone from the Federation, and well, I couldn't think of two sharper tools in the box.
You and who, sir?
I'm just gonna look at him deadpan.
That's a hell of a time for Vogel to be on vacation.
Well, it's also a hell of a time for you to step up. So luckily they coincide.
Brr. What do we say? When are they coming?
That's an open question, but do we have an appropriate suite?
Of course we do, Commander.
Excellent. Then I suppose all we have to do is wait for them to be ready to beam over. Though I do think it would be wise to stay on their good side.
Yeah, bigger they are, the harder they fall. As long as they don't fall on us.
They're pretty close.
Well, I'll go. I'll go get a stateroom ready.
Thank you.
What do you think? Standard finger foods? Chicken wings?
Shrugging, I'll say they looked humanoid, but best prepare a vegetarian option too.
Sure, sure, sure. Mm.
Oh, and do me a favor. Let's make sure that there's hash browns somewhere on the table.
Is it breakfast time?
It isn't, but I'm just having one of those days.
I'll let the kitchen know, sir.
Excellent.
Sure,
And
we'll make arrangements for a diplomatic conference room and a spread of a variety spread of hors d'oeuvres and hash browns.
In all fairness, the hash browns are for me, not for them. But Arif will take this time to finish his plate of pasta and basically wait for them to arrive.
Sir, transporter room is signaling that they stand by to receive their envoys.
Well, then I guess I best get going. Do me a favor, signal Garibaldi, have him meet me at the transporter room, and I'm sorry, I know it's not your job, but could you please dispose of this plate?
Certainly, sir. And a yeoman comes up and grabs the plate from you and walks over to a replicator.
Thank you, Yeoman. And Yeoman, if you haven't had lunch, I suggest you do so. And it's important to get 3 square a day. And I'll start heading to the transporter room.
I'm assuming Garibaldi meets you there, and
Yeah, since he told me to.
sir, they're signaling that they're ready to transport over.
Um, well, let's see what we get.
The gentleman you
People,
spoke to steps forward. I present you Princess Alina of House Kulith.
Your Highness, if that's how you be addressed.
Your Highness is fine.
Ah, well, Your Highness, you'll forgive me if I don't know your traditional greeting. However, I'd like you to introduce you to Garibaldi. I believe you've asked for someone to treat with, and, well, here we stand. I believe we have a reception prepared should you desire.
Of course. Please, lead on.
Right this way. Garibaldi will lead them to diplomatic conference room 2A.
Is that
Not to be confused with diplomatic conference room 2B, which is not as nice.
which one has the quote unquote modifications then?
Diplomatic conference room 2A.
I see.
Which is why 2B is not as nice.
2B is not. Okay, I got it. I got it. And you get your escorted over to the conference room. Uh, the two individuals that appear to be in armored suits stand by the doorway. Interesting decor. She looks around.
Thank you. We didn't know what kind of food you liked, so we prepared a variety. The commander is especially fond of these things. They're called hash browns.
Oh, yes, they're not good for you, and, well, they're a little greasy, but they really hit the spot sometimes.
I think I'll pass, thank you.
I felt it only fair to warn you.
To business, gentlemen.
Ah, of course. Have a seat, your worshipfulness.
She just kind of looks at you. Scene change, by the way. Before I forget. Well, normally we don't like prying into the affairs of other nations. We found it quite disturbing that a multitude of your vessels have been in the area in recent months.
Um, which area is that, if I may ask, and, well, which vessels?
Federation type vessels, along with, I believe they're called Klingons, the dogs of the Federation.
That'll get a chuckle. That'll get a, you know what? That'll get a good old-fashioned chuckle. Um,
Thanks.
uh, what?
The Klingons are not actually members of the Federation, Your Highness.
Our intel reports otherwise that the Klingons seem to follow the Federation banner whenever war is declared, and, well, seems your type tends to put them down quite easily like dogs whenever time they start barking.
It's not unfair, Arif will mutter. But I can assure you that this is not intentional. And if you'd allow, well, if you'd give us the area with which you claim sovereignty, I'd be happy to forward it to all of our ships. We have no wish to trample on the territory of anyone else.
The areas that you're trampling with, we do not claim sovereignty over, but it has become a cause for alarm among the houses within the empire. You see, it's rather troubling some the amount of buildup in recent months. One could say this is a prelude to an invasion. I was sent here by my father, the Emperor, to get certain reassurances that the Federation and their allies are not planning something more sinister.
Well, I mean, if that's all you came for, your mission was a success before you left your planet. But once again, on bended knee, if I have to, I'd ask of you to tell me the areas with which we're trespassing that's causing concern. And, well, I'll do what I can to cause cease of it.
One of your vessels, a smaller ship recently passed through a nearby nebula. It's got within 5 light years of our space.
Then you'll, I mean, I can't promise that a Federation ship will never pass through again, just based on sheer coincidence and random chance. But what I can promise is that I'll send out word that we should do our best to avoid that we should do our best to avoid it. Um, and as I said, the more information you can give us, the more helpful that we can be. After all, you
Our
simply need to.
our territory maps were given to you by should have been filed by a one Captain Athaton on board the USS Tenshi roughly 2 of your Earth years ago.
Um, I'll hold up a finger real quick and I'll look at Garibaldi and I'll say, let's check that before we go any further.
Yes, Captain Commander. And Garibaldi will pull up a pull up a pull up his computer pad and check to see if we have those maps.
You do.
That territory she's talking about didn't happen to be near the Frogfoot Nebula, is it?
The big blob of purple. Yeah.
Oh, Colossian Empire. Look, it's marked. Oh, so we do have those maps, Commander. I believe the small vessel she's referring to is the Sentry, Commander. Garibaldi was showing the maps. That's the nebula I found Vogel in a couple weeks ago.
Oh, then I'll look to the and I'll look to the delegation. I'll say, Your Highness, it appears that you're absolutely correct. This was a mistake on our part, and well, quite frankly, I feel abhorrent about it.
She
If
holds up
there's
her hand. No laws were violated. Merely, we want reassurances that the Federation and your allies are not here on some preemptive measure to mount an offensive against the Kuathian Empire.
Ma'am,
I
I can assure you that the recent Starfleet vessel that passed into that nebula was on a search and rescue mission. We're not preparing any actions against your people, though we cannot speak for the Klingon Empire.
And what of your dealings with the Vorkala Republic? They tend to stay in their own lane, yet we've noticed increased traffic within their area of space and trade to you here at this station.
You know, like the Klingons, ma'am, we do not speak for the Forkla. They are not members of the Federation. They are merely trading partners.
Yet all encounters come to this station and the Federation. Clearly, you are part of this.
The station is a centralized location, Your Highness, and we are open for uh, we are open for trade, and both the Vorkla and the Klingon Empire have embassies aboard Deep Space 17. The station is merely here for commerce, trade, and diplomacy. Isn't that right, Commander?
I think it sounds like a wonderful idea.
I beg your pardon. I'm not here to negotiate trade.
Well, you've completed the first step that you came here to take, and now we're just simply thinking about the second one.
Are you always this quick to assume agendas, Commander Arif?
I'm not 100% sure what you mean. You came here to be reassured that we aren't planning to invade or attack you. You have them. Uh,
I would
now,
prefer that to be in a more formal manner.
oh, okay. Um, well, I'll send it up the chain immediately. Because I'll be honest, well, as much as I, well, can truthfully give you those reassurances, if you want official documentation, uh, that comes from a separate department. I'm just the department that knows what's going on.
Then you would say you are the speaker for the Federation in this area of space.
Shrugging, I'll say, then absolutely allow me to, if you can give me 25 minutes, I can whip up a formal declaration, and then hopefully we can move on, and we can start the road to friendship, because I think, quite frankly, we've made some serious progress here.
Then we should have a agreement, a document in writing that both sides will hold, that all Federation vessels will be their location notified if they're within 15 light years of our space.
And with that, oh, I'm sorry, I momentarily forgot we already had the maps. Um, if I may, oh no, it's more than far enough away. Yeah, Arif will nod pleasantly and say, absolutely. Could I could, as I said, I could have that done in like 15, 20 minutes. Could I leave you in the hands of Garibaldi temporarily while I, sit in the corner and write it out?
Garibaldi will whisper to Arif, "Do we need to contact the Vorklan Klingon ambassadors, Commander? You really need to get promoted, sir."
Why do we need to contact them? This is a Federation deal.
simply because they're asking about, particularly about the Klingons. They seem to think that our alliance with the Klingons makes them part of us. I would hate for the Klingons to violate this treaty and the Federation get blamed for it, sir.
Well, I think we've made it pretty clear, and we're talking about this right in front of them, so I think they're gonna know that the Klingons aren't subject to this treaty.
Actually, sir, the Klingons wouldn't be.
Exactly.
Yes, sir. Just offering a suggestion since Vogel's not here.
Ah, well, looking back up to the the Emperor's daughter, I'll say, Your Highness, just to be abundantly clear, you understand this will only be binding for Federation uh ships. That's all we have the power to speak for. If you'd like the Allied ships, that is gonna take some time.
Then I suggest you talk with your allies.
Very well. Would you like the Federation signed deal in place before I do so?
I would prefer this be a unanimous agreement between all parties.
Out of curiosity, ma'am, what if the Klingons don't agree?
Then their vessels, if they get into with range of our space, will be shot on sight.
You would attack vessels outside your territory for merely being close to your space.
To prevent a vessels that could be deemed as potential threats. Yes.
Well then, could I ask you to return to your ship temporarily while I speak to our allies?
Of course. And
Um,
they get up, and I'm assuming they're escorted straight to the transporter room.
yeah. A security officer, Clark, or something.
Okay. They're escorted to the transporter room, and they depart back to their ship.
Uh, and well, let's start. Let's go. I'm gonna first. I'm gonna contact the Vorkula ambassador and ask her to meet me and Garibaldi.
A few moments pass by, and the Vorkala ambassador and her aide enter.
Ah, ambassador.
Commander Arif, I'm assuming it's all the buzz about this is the Kuwathian flagship at your doorstep.
Well, quite frankly, it is. And well, the truth of the matter is, um, I'm hoping our relationship has progressed to the point that I could ask of you a small favor.
Um, what favor is that?
Well, keep in mind, this is not the favor. This is what just, well, given my limited knowledge of you, I think you would be amenable to anyways. But the ship out there their empire has asked us to sign a treaty to essentially not necessarily be withheld from traveling out of traveling a narrow region outside of their space, but simply that we would have to notify them. Um, which, quite frankly, I don't think is extremely out of line. That that is the part that I figured you would might have been amenable to anyways. And before I continue, am I correct at all?
Well, we previous um, powers that be had an understanding with the Kuathians. Um, those previous deals no longer hold, though we tend to keep a wide. Our vessels are told to keep a wide berth. However, the trade lane um, does operate relatively close with a near 12 to 20 light year range.
They're asking
Well,
for a
that
buffer zone of 15 light years.
That's going to put the trade lane a little at jeopardy. Some of our territory is relatively close within that buffer zone.
Their
and would
princess
it
is saying they'll destroy any ship without this agreement. They'll destroy any ship that comes that close to their territory.
I wouldn't.
You seem familiar with them. Is this a is this saber rattling on their part, or are they serious?
They would be serious. They tend to not play political games, at least to outsiders. Internally, uh, that's probably another matter. Though I'm not an expert on the Quathians, but neither were any of my predecessors.
would it be an issue for any of your ships to simply give them that notification that they were entering?
It could pose a security risk, giving our transponder ID codes over to the Kuathians, especially giving aid to the new Unearthian colony, um, considering that would most likely, I think, be in that range. It would allow them to track our vessels, even past the 15 light year radius.
They didn't ask us. They didn't ask for transponder information. They just asked to be notified.
They did, but I'm assuming they're going to be tracking the vessels, which means they're going to want transport or transponder ID or identification.
Well, with all due respect, they'd be tracking the vessels regardless. I don't think that uh I'll make it clear that notification was what was asked for, and that's what the treaty will reflect.
Given the buffer zone that they're asking, it's quite a reach. And honestly, frankly, unacceptable when dealing with some of their closer neighbors that are not part of the Kuathian Empire.
I don't disagree with you. However, given, well, quite frankly, given the Anarthian issue as you have just uh, brought up, it's simply a tough time resource-wise to, well, get endangered with potential conflict. Perhaps a short window with which the treaty could exist. Perhaps uh, a simple 6 months, so we could all emerge knowing each other a little bit better. It,
Or reduce the buffer zone by by to 5 light years. 15 light years. I agree with the ambassador commander. 15 light years is a fairly broad swath of space, sir. 5 light years would be much more reasonable.
I think cutting it down the middle at 10 and settling for 10 is fair all around.
I would prefer 5.
I would prefer none, Ambassador, to be perfectly honest, but quite frankly, the Unearthians are the most pressing issue at the moment.
Sir, if we let them bully us into this, the next time they'll ask for more. I think it'd be a mistake to roll over and give them everything they want.
Well, just thinking along those lines, it also gives us 6 months to prepare for that day.
They would, I just skimming through the Tenchi's logs, sir. They would pose a significant security threat to the Federation.
So you believe the best solution is to antagonize them?
No, sir, but certainly to compromise 15 light years is far too many.
Hence why I'm trying to, mm, drive in the middle of the road at 10.
Wouldn't the middle be 7.5 light years, sir?
I was trying to keep the math easy, GQ.
I also believe, if my briefings hold true, that the Kuathians were also responsible for leveling the entire hemisphere on the Earthian homeworld before this previous incident.
All the more reason to get our ducks in a row before we engage in potential confrontation. You see, Ambassador, we simply need time. We need time to settle our current affairs. And I'm simply asking for you not only to help us stall, but, well, help us with the Klingon ambassador.
Oh yeah, the Klingons are gonna love this.
We have to
Sir,
make it appear as if they're going to be our savior.
I'm sorry, Commander, but I may tend to agree with the Klingon ambassador on this. As strong as the Kuathians are, and I do believe Lieutenant Quinix here is correct. If you give them an inch, they are going to, human saying, take a mile.
Oh, very well. I can certainly respect your decision in the matter.
Ambassador, if we do get the Colothians to agree to a smaller buffer zone of 5 light years, is that a compromise that's agreeable to your people?
That is one I could probably sell my government on. 15 light years is too much. I would even prefer a something even smaller than that.
Or you want me to notify the Klingon ambassador, sir?
Doesn't. I suppose. Looking at the Vorkla ambassador, does say, I'd like to thank you very much for your time, and I hope we're still on for breakfast on Friday.
Of course, Commander.
Excellent. I'm looking forward to it. Uh, and I'll wait for her to exit.
The two get up and she kind of stops and turns around. Before, I would like to be notified any agreement or about any agreement that you make beforehand that you sign that will involve my people. If anything
Well,
else, persuade the
with all due
Calathians to come to our table.
what do you mean?
Meaning, I will negotiate on behalf of the Vorkula.
Oh, of course. In which case, if it becomes necessary, please, if you don't mind, uh, standing by wherever you are on the station, we might have to have a larger meeting.
I'll be in my office. And the two head out.
Captain, our commander.
Yes.
Well, I imagine that he may very well leave this in your capable hands. Probably a good idea to notify Admiral Keller as well.
I suppose that's correct. Why don't you know what? Arif to Admiral Keller.
Color here.
Hey, Admiral. Um, it's Arif.
What's the situation, Commander? Do I need to call in the reinforcements?
Possibly, but not yet. Um, it would appear that uh the our newest guest is of the Kulathian Empire, and they are asking for a 15 light year buffer zone, or, well, they'll start shooting our ships. They're simply asking for notification of their space.
15 light years with in neutral space that's ugh.
Yeah, it's a little on the side of horse, but we're gonna try to work it down a bit.
Try to get it down to 1 light year, Commander. That's we don't even give the Romulans that notice.
Well, we're probably not gonna get 1 light year, Admiral, and the fact of the matter is, Romulan space is a lot closer to Federation space than their empire. There's only so much muscle we can throw and jurisdiction we can have.
I mean, we're only 20 light years from their space. Doesn't give us a lot of big operating room for the station. We've been crossing that buffer on all the ships in the region over the past 2 months.
Huh. Well, I'll do what I can, Admiral.
Keep me informed, Commander.
Of course. And I'll click off the comm and ask Garibaldi to notify the Klingon ambassador.
Yes, sir. Everybody will time as communicator and contact the Klingon embassy.
Arif will just kind of swirl side to side in his chair a little bit.
This is the Klingon embassy.
This is Lieutenant Quinix calling on behalf of Station Commander. We have an urgent issue we need to speak to the ambassador about. Can you meet us in conference room 2A? It's related to the very large starship that's parked outside the station.
Ugh. Hold.
I wonder what Klingon hold it sounds like.
Okay, let's do go.
You did that very well, Prax.
Yes, thank you. You asked, so I answered. Few moments by listening to the Klingon tale. The ambassador will be there momentarily.
Very good. We'll be here waiting him. Garibaldi out. Garibaldi looks over at Arif. It's nice dealing with a species that won't complain when you hang up on them.
You know, that's a fair point, GQ. That is a fair point. By the way, I finally got the chance to try the noodle place that Mountain's always raving about, and well, he didn't sell it short.
You know noodles are full of carbohydrates, so you're gonna put on a spare tire there and you keep eating there. I see Dr. Mountain's put on a few pounds.
Eh, Shrugging a bit, and I'll say, I used to date a doctor. I'll admit it was a little easier then, but station beautification goes a long way. Arif will say, patting his belly.
What if we can turn this buffer zone into just a simple non-aggression treaty?
That would be an ideal prize to shoot for.
Yeah, it's
I'm
a good
pretty
thing you're trained in diplomacy, sir.
well, I'm pretty sure the Klingon ambassador's not going to be too happy, and gonna get to talk to the Cthulians again, with well, nothing of what they want.
Yeah,
Uh,
we have to try really hard not to let the Klingon and the Koathian princess in the same room, or we'll be at war within the hour.
Yeah, that's not the world's worst point, but we'll keep the idea in the pocket though.
It'll be entertaining to see what the Klingon ambassador do when he hears if he hears that she called him a dog.
Well, I do think that he might bark at that.
Wait, Klingons are a little touchy, sir.
Yeah, you know, what can I say? You know, they're still young.
But
They'll
they're
get over
exciting.
they'll get over the whole bad names causing them hurt at some point.
Oh, I gotta admit, I'm not as fascinated with them as Dax is.
I don't know why you would be. I mean, quite frankly, I assume your nose works.
What seems like an eternity later, the Klingon ambassador finally enters the room or enters the conference room.
Ah, Ambassador, thank you for attending. Sorry, you're not gonna be. This isn't make you happy meeting.
Spare me the details, Commander Arif.
All of them?
What enemies do we have to slay today, or what allegations do you have against my people today that are
Uh,
false?
Nothing on the latter, that's for sure. And hopefully nothing on the former. As it turns out, that big ship there that, well, quite frankly, is roughly the size of the station. Um, she's from empire known as the Cthulians, and they, well, I'm sorry, the Calathians, and uh, well, quite frankly, they would like notification if we're gonna be skirting along near the borders of their space.
And what sort of notification do they require?
Well, a message saying that you were coming. However, I can only assume this applies to uncloaked ships. I don't see anything in the language here about cloaking devices.
It says all. She requested all ships, so all would assume cloaking.
Um,
Jam point.
is there any loophole with which cloaking ships can?
It's
Uh,
yes, it's called the not get caught clause.
yeah, not get caught clause. That's not even. It's in the very fine print. That's microscopic.
Okay. In which case, allow me to change that last line just a little bit, and say, yeah, Ambassador would kind of seem so.
And
Contingent, of course.
at what point are we supposed to notify these Kuathians of our presence?
Oh, 50 light years.
Sorry, did you say 15 or 50? Sound like you said
Uh,
50.
so out of character, Arif did say 50,
Okay, I just want to make sure.
but
I'm just making sure that's what you said.
no, no,
50.
it certainly was. But Arif's gonna chuckle heartily and almost slap the table and say, "Did you say 50? I said 15, Ambassador. Oh God, 50 would be abhorrent.
Ah, 15 is still a hornet.
It is, but it's it's a lot better than 50, don't you think?
Ah, you insult me, Commander. The
How?
Empire will not inform these Kuathians of our location if we're within 15 light years of their border.
No, not more than 15, just 15 and under.
This is absurd.
It is absurd.
No government would ever agree to such demands as this.
I know it's silly and it's terrible, and well, yeah,
The Klingon Empire will not agree to such terms.
ever.
Ever.
What terms would you agree to?
Our reassurance that we will not invade them unless it is a formal declaration of war. That, as my honor of a warrior, you could take to them.
That seems like a very benchy offer, Ambassador.
So perhaps a non-aggression pact.
Klingon Empire has bigger adversaries to slay than the Kuwathians. If that is all, then I will be getting back to my embassy.
Um, Ambassador, there's one thing that GQ did, or well, we both neglected to mention. If you were partial to a non-aggression pact, well, quite frankly, that would include the Vorkala as well. It might bring us all one step closer together.
I just gave you my okay for such a document. And we will not declare official war on them or succumb to sneak attacks like the cowardly Romulans would do.
I'm simply giving you reassurance that your idea was correct.
Then take it to the Coathians. As long as it is a non-aggression pact and none of this arbitrarily notify them within 15 light years of their space. Ugh. Absurd.
Yeah, we'll make sure to lose that part of it. Um, in which case, Ambassador, if you could be ready just in case you're needed later today for this situation, that would be wonderful.
Does my presence require to remain here then?
Not at this time, sir.
Very well. And he just storms off in Klingon fashion. Or walks, depending on how you look
Uh,
at it.
Looking at Garibaldi, I'll say, what do you say we draw up the non-aggression pact, sign it, get the Klingons to sign it, place it in front of the uh, Calathians, tell them this is the best they're gonna get, hope they sign it, then bring the Vorkala in.
That seems like the logical next step, sir. I think the non-aggression pact's a better idea than giving them the buffer state. I don't know if they're going to agree to it, though.
Well, that's that's step two, quite frankly. It'll be, I'm hoping, easier to agree to it when it's right in front of their face than just a concept.
Well, I'm Well, boss, I'm looking forward to seeing a master negotiator and diplomat at work.
"Oh, isn't that why I brought you here?" I'll say questioningly, and go up to the computer and download standard non-aggression pact 2A.
Uh,
Uh,
for 2 momentum, you can have a non-digression pack already pre-made out and ready for all parties to sign. With the correct language with the Kuathians, the Vorkala, and the Klingon Empire and the Federation.
oh, I think that's a worthy momentum spend, unless anyone disagrees.
As long as it's written well enough that there aren't any loopholes in it.
There are no loopholes. It is a straight to the point type negotiation, or piece
Can
of
we
document.
can we spend two more momentum to throw in a super obscure loophole in our favor?
What loophole?
I have no idea. I kind of just asked the question. I had no thought in mind on how to use it.
Oh, I don't know, boss. You might want those 2 momentum when you make the roll to
That's fair.
convince the Calathians to sign it.
That's fair. So standard it shall be, and I'll head real quick to get the ambassador to sign it. So
Uh,
it's the Federation and Keller to sign it. So it's signed by the Federation and the Klingons.
the Klingons will sign it. Obviously, yeah, the ambassador will sign it. The Keller will sign it. It's like this is probably the best path forward. Like it's kind of ludicrous to notify them of traveling within their space, within 15 light years of their space.
All
Um,
right. But that's not there anymore. So let's not harp on it, Admiral.
that was GM making a quote. Um, as for the Vorkala, she agrees to it. Um, I don't think there would be a cost for her not to. So yeah, she would agree to it.
I shall return triumphantly to Garibaldi and ask him to summon Her Highness.
Aye, boss. To which Garibaldi will delegate the delegation, his combat Garibaldi Lieutenant Burke. Notify the Koathian princess that we are prepared to proceed and invite them back to the station.
Yes, sir. And about 20 to 30 minutes later, they're eventually escorted back into the conference room after they transport back over.
Ah, Your Highness. In front of you is, well, quite frankly, I'll be honest, it's not everything you wanted, but, well, it's better. Here's a non-aggression pact signed by me and all of my allies. The only signature that's lacking is your own. You sign it, and all of your concerns are gone.
I cannot agree to this.
Why not? It's pretty much exactly what you asked for, only slightly different and better.
Yeah, it's activity of Federation and Klingon vessels will go unchecked near our borders.
That's not true at all, because if we have a non-aggression pact and you were to simply create something like a sensor drone, something well within your capabilities, we wouldn't be empowered to attack it. You could create all of the early warning you wanted, and there's nothing we could do about it.
But your people could undermine trade from outside the Empire very easily without
I don't
threat of attacking us.
I don't understand why we couldn't do that anyways, even with the 15 uh light year buffer. And I'll be honest, that's the sticking point here. As I've said, this not only accomplishes everything that you want out of that, because you would be under under the power, or you would be perfectly able to create as big a sensor net as you want. But if a third party were to come in and attack those sensor drones, well, we'd even be
I'm
able to
not
help.
referring to attacking our sensor drones, Commander. If you are mistaking what I'm saying here, I'm saying is third party, other nations, worlds that exist outside of our empire, you could threaten trade or influence from us.
I don't understand how simply telling you that we're going to be traveling within 15 light years of your empire wouldn't allow us to accomplish the exact same goal if that was our design.
At least then we could hold accountable to the individual starships and their
See,
crews.
See, Your Highness, here's quite frankly what I'm worried about. Now, I can sign this document and I can assure you that I'll notify you every time that we're within 15. But as you've seen before, accidents happen. We put that buffer zone in, and all we're going to have from all of our allies is a whole bunch of mistakes that are now snowballed into diplomatic incidents. This avoids all of that. This is superior.
All this document agrees to that your forces will not attack ours.
Including any unmanned forces with which you create and make and claim sovereignty to. This way, you can hold us accountable instead of hoping and sitting there and hoping that we hold ourselves. Now, I know we aren't going to violate this treaty. You don't. You're the one that doesn't. You're the one that needs the proof. That's why you're the one that needs to get that proof. And this is the only way that's possible.
This document is not good enough.
Your
It
Highness, when you came to us, you claimed the need for an agreement to be based on a feeling of security. That you felt that your empire was subject to possible invasion. That's what you want to protect yourselves from. That's what this document does. Is it guarantees you the Federation will not make any aggressive moves towards your empire. It guarantees you that the Klingon Empire will not engage in hostilities against you. The Klingons are most definitely a people of honor. When they make agreements, they keep their agreements. This also guarantees you that the Vorkala will likewise not engage in aggressive actions towards your people. That's what you stated. That's what you stated your goal was when you arrived here. We are providing you with an agreement signed by all three major nations in the area to provide you exactly what you asked for. Now you come and talk to us about interference with trade and influence in on other people's. That's not what you came to us about.
It is precisely what I came about.
It
Interference is seen as acts of aggression.
it sounds like something that's certainly worth discussing after we have the bare necessities of an ongoing treaty in place. I think this pact is, well, quite frankly, a good first step towards that, don't you?
I would be inclined to sign this, but I need further reassurances that all parties would not interfere with aligned worlds outside of our borders.
If memory serves, I believe you do have the basic information of the Federation. I believe you should know that even more, even above our treaties with uh, external empires, we hold ourselves to that very same ideal.
I'm well aware that the Federation are. However, that can't be said with the Klingons nor the Vorkula.
Your Highness, as Mr. Garibaldi, and as I have told you, this is what you came here for. And, well, quite frankly, as I've said, that sounds like a perfect jumping off point for our next round of negotiations. But if the base or the pillar of if the base of the pillar isn't in place, it doesn't matter what's on the next floor up. So, please, let's sign this and then we can move on to the next step.
This is going to be a presence command opposed.
Alrighty. Persuasion?
I'll take persuasion or diplomacy.
Let's go with persuasion. And ooh, would you accept the value either there's no shame in begging or listen to the pauses?
You're not really begging. Um,
Mm.
can you elaborate on listening to the pauses in this case?
Absolutely. Not only have I been listening to her words, I've been kind of listening to her negotiating style and kind of noticing, I guess, how my own statements kind of affect her and maybe kind of choosing the right moment with which to speak up while she was maybe engaged in what could possibly be seen as a positive leaning.
Sure.
Alrighty. And I'm sorry, guys, I have to. I'm gonna use those two momentum, and uh, I think it would be how much more threat for 4 dice total?
3.
3.
3 threat, yeah.
I'm going to spend that 3 threat you gave me to spend her determination. My duty is to the family and my people. Because she believes what she's doing is the correct course for the well being of her people. And of course, her family and house. How much threat I want to throw at this? You know what? I will spend 5 threat and roll 4 dice.
Alrighty, 4 on 4. Let's
Garibaldi get to assist?
Yes. Currently, she has 7. Believe you have 8, 9 successes.
we try.
No, you succeed. You gain 3 momentum. It's that she did get the extra 2 that she needed.
I'm sorry. That's that Arif cadence.
Very well. The non-aggression is the best path forward for all of our people. However, considering you, the Federation and the Klingon Empire will be operating in a much more manner in this area of space, and it's considering the Vorkla now have a renewed interest in dealing with outsiders. I think it's a point to appoint an ambassador to this station.
Oh, that would be wonderful. Uh, we'll start constructing an entire, well, embassy for him or her.
As you wish. And she signs the document. Till next time.
Till next time, Arif says, and when she leaves the room, I look over to Garibaldi and say, based on an old Earth novel, when she said "as you wish," she was probably expressing interest in me.
You say so, boss. Well done, by the way.
Nah, simple logic. Hurting. Good idea with the pact.
I figured it was the only thing we were going to get our allies to buy into. And
Mm,
honestly, Commander giving them any buffer zone at all made me nervous.
I can certainly agree to that. And, well, I have to say it's continues to be quite a good day.
Yeah, and blown up the station.
Oh, day's not over.
Huh.
So what do you do? What have you been up to today?
Oh, investigating a personal matter for a friend, sir.
Ah, anything you need help with, or is this one of your hush hushes?
Oh, I don't know if that's hush hush, but it's a private matter for my friend. I may need to take some leave and borrow that Orion ship to head home for a little while.
Ah,
Unless you want to let me borrow a shuttle again. I need to
well,
need to stretch the legs on that Orion ship anyway and test those new systems. Seems like an excuse.
that's fair. Uh, would you be taking anyone with you?
Not unless we got any subordinates that want a vacation. I might take that engineer that with me that help make those modifications in case something goes wrong.
Very well. Okay. Uh,
I'll let you
is
know
this
when I'm ready to go, sir. I just there's a few things in that matter that I don't think I can look into from here.
understood? Is this gonna come back on me?
No, sir.
Then is it going to come back on you?
Maybe.
Is there anything that I can do to ensure that it doesn't?
No, sir. I don't plan on breaking any laws this time, sir.
Very well. I'll
Just
nod.
Trill is just a little far for subspace communication, and I need to I need to talk to some people face to face rather than just over communication messages.
Of course. And oh, by the way, before you do go, just do me a favor. Just something snagging me about today. Uh, there's a Mrs. Faye, insert last name here, has arrived on the station. Do me a favor and get a little background info on her, will you?
Yes, sir. Any context that you can provide, sir?
None that I'd like to. I'd say just go in there with a fresh set of eyes.
Will do.
And I'm gonna nod, get up, and skip on out of there.
As you're as Arif's leaving, Garibaldi will pull an Inspector Columbo. Go. Well, there's one more thing, sir.
Yes.
When we brought Kegu on board, the doctor worked on him. Do you remember him pulling a piece of cyberware out of the kid's neck?
Um, out of character, the player does not remember that incident.
I
That
think
doesn't.
Arif was in sick bay when that went down. I know Garibaldi was.
Bogle was and the doctor was, but not Arif.
Um, you might have read it in the doctor's medical logs. Um, could you ask the doctor to turn that piece of that piece of cyberware over to me, please? The doctor tends to resist requests that come from me. Like requests that come from you, it might help out, sir.
I'll make the request, GQ. I'll make it a strenuous request, but I don't believe I can give that order.
No,
Not without.
tell him it might be vital to saving the lives of a lot more children like Kegu.
If that's the case, GQ, if you want that order, you're gonna have to read me in. Otherwise, it'll be a strenuous request.
Let's just say, sir, I've discovered that there's the potential for a great number more children like Kegu that are being sold in the black market. I'd like to put a stop to it, but I've run into difficulty tracking down the sellers. Being able to invest, being able to study that particular piece of cyberware might help. If the doctor doesn't want to give it up, maybe isn't the doctor an expert in cybernetics?
Um, Nodding, I'll say, well, I'll be honest, GQ, that sounds like one of the best reasons I could have asked for. I'll be honest, I'm tempted not to want you to, well, take this on by yourself. I think there's people that'll help you with it.
Well, maybe maybe instead of turning the equipment over to me, you could ask the doctor to investigate its systems and origin. Make it a priority.
I will, and well, quite frankly, I'd like to give him the reason as to why.
You can. I don't see any harm in you telling him what I've told you. as long as he keeps it classified.
That I can order.
Thank you, sir. I'll go look into Miss Fay for you. Is it Fay Mountain?
Faye Hawking, I believe.
And Garibaldi will let the commander go and head back to his office and actually go do what the commander asked him to do.
And Arif will head to his office and summon Dr. Mountain. Though this time not so irately.
Yep. So, Doctor, you've been only had a few minor injuries come in. Report today. You just cleared up a broken, arm from a, careless crew
Yep.
member.
Accidents
And
happen.
your niece didn't come at the time she's requested. In fact, she hasn't really been at all through what was remains of your shift.
Okay.
And then your communicator chirps.
Okay. Dr. Martin.
Doctor, if you could, if you weren't otherwise engaged in a life-threatening procedure, I would love your
I'm not.
company. Excellent. Could you please stop by my office?
Sure, yeah. I should spot up. Have you seen my niece? Like, maybe she's still on the promenade. She took a leave during the movement times. We both had to leave pretty quickly. I wanted to be sure that I was ready for anything. How big is that ship out there?
Um, I'm sorry, are you talking to me or the nurse?
To you. Great.
Oh, sorry. No, I haven't seen her, Doc. It's pretty big too.
All right.
It,
Just didn't show her appointment. We're going to go over some stuff. But anyway, yeah, I'll be right up.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right, I'm out now. Nurse, will you finish up here, please? I appreciate it. And
Yeah,
if my niece shows up, let her know I went to see Commander Arif. And I will meet her at her quarters later. We can maybe have dinner. Anyway, you can write all that down if you want, but anyway, just have her contact me when you have a chance.
very well, doctor.
And before I go up, I'm going to do. I'm going to send a quick message to my sister. Say, Heather, just met Faye. And sorry, I haven't contacted you for a while. And sorry to hear about your divorce. Anyway, maybe we should chat soon. Zach. And that's it. And then I'll go up to Arif's office.
Oh, you mean in the conference room? Is it the office?
Oh, it's the office.
Oh.
Got to get out of that stuffy conference room and back into the zone of comfort.
What's the shag carpeting?
The carpeting that is not shag. Ah, doctor.
Yeah. He waves quickly to Quinix just as he steps away out of the ops. Hi, Commander. You wanted to see me?
I did, doctor, but before we go any further, I was, well, quite frankly, hoping I could enlist you in another, well, classified conversation. Perhaps a little bit like last time.
Mom's the word.
Mum's the word. Excellent. So, well, long story short, doctor, if there's one thing I find truly abhorrent, in this universe. It is the solicitation and profit of children.
What context do you mean? I would agree with that statement, but
Well,
what are you talking
I'm actually not 100% sure. I don't have all the facts on this one, but
about? Sure.
from what I and from what Garibaldi has told me, there was a cybernetic implant or, well, device on a child named, I believe it was Kegu.
Oh, yeah. How's he doing
I
these days?
I'm ashamed to say I'm not sure. I believe that's Garibaldi question.
Well, that's the lieutenant later.
However, Doctor, it's come to his attention and subsequently come to my attention that that device itself, well, quite frankly, may unlock some information regarding, well, some sort of, as I said, solicitation and profit off of children,
Are you talking about trafficking?
possibly.
Yeah. Well, the device, I can tell you, purpose was to cause pain. It was a subdermal uh, device that attached basically to the brainstem, and it had a remote control, so that whoever had the remote control could pretty much cause pain to the victim at any time. I Yeah, so it's
Well,
pretty abhorrent to me.
I believe Mr. Garibaldi's concerns were more towards its origin versus its
Right.
usage in terms of an investigation. And, well, quite
Sure.
frankly, I was wondering if the two of you could team up and, well, take a look at that device and gather as much information as you can.
Sure. I kept it because it may have been a form of evidence. Kept it in storage, but we can take a look at it at some point, and as part of his investigation. It's fine.
I truly appreciate your acceptance, Doctor. That, quite frankly, has gone a long way towards making my already good day just a little bit better.
Well, my day took a weird turn. My niece never showed up to, but what are you gonna do with young people? They're gonna do their own thing anyway. Got
Well,
distracted on the promenade, fell asleep under a tree. Who knows?
is there any cause for concern, Doctor? We could,
No, not that I'm aware. I mean, she just didn't show up. But I don't know if she has a communicator, but I haven't tried yet. I came up to your office instead.
oh, well, let's find out. Uh, Arif to Miss Hawking.
Fuckins.
No response.
Computer locate Miss Hawking.
I believe she never picked up a comm badge, so
I never did. I was about to arrange it, but I hadn't yet. Maybe I
Hmm.
should have stuck a bell on her or something. Just kidding.
Well, perhaps we should, she is your family, correct? Perhaps we should use the
Uh,
internal sensors to see for anyone that matches your DNA profile.
I mean, I'll go check her room first. We don't need to red alert everything. But if I don't find her in the next while, well, maybe it'd be better to do that. I mean,
At your discretion, Doctor.
sure.
And I'd say you best go do that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think I'm off duty right now, pretty much. So yeah, I'll go check and see if she's at her accommodations. Maybe she's taking a nap. Probably a long journey.
Thank you, and I'll tell GQ to come seek you out before he takes off.
Yeah, just have him come by, or he needs to be in at a specific spot that I can go into.
Many thanks.
All right, Commander. Arif, have a good day.
Dr. Mountain, always a pleasure.
Here we go. And he heads down to the room next to his, apparently, where he dropped off her bags. Anyway.
Okay, so you're into her room. I'm gonna jump over to Garibaldi.
Sure.
Garibaldi, you doing a little investigation before you started packing your bags, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I do a search for this Faye Hawking person the Captain Commander has asked me to look into.
Reason con difficulty 2.
Research is a focus.
I'll give it to you to increase complication.
Okay. And I will give you. I will spend a momentum since I don't have bolted for this particular discipline. I'll spend momentum instead of threat, since you have plenty of that. Hey.
Assuming you're going by the basis that she is a relative of Dr. Zachary Mountain, one entry comes up to be of Faye Hawkins, daughter to Heather Mountain and Joshua Hawkins.
Customer control list her as having entered the station,
Yes.
exited the station.
Entered the station, was taken by security for attempting to cross with a phaser, which they confiscated, and brought up to Commander Reef's office, which then later was, she was sort of let loose on the station afterwards. She failed to check her weapon at the door.
Yeah, that happens. Any criminal record?
No, it's rather relatively spotless.
Do the genetic scans, photos, whatnot of her entry into the station match previous records?
I'm trying to figure out. So, they typically don't take genetic scans when you enter the station.
That's fine. Pictures?
Yeah, the photos match.
And Garibaldi, because he's a suspicious SOB. I'm gonna check Heather and Jesse, Justin,
Joshua.
Joshua. I really need to write notes that I can actually read. Check Heather and Joshua's file just to verify that they have a child named Faye.
Yes.
Birth dates match up, etc., etc. He's trying to look for things to verify the woman is who she says she is, since the commander seems apparently concerned.
Yes, they match according to records.
Well, as far as I can tell, she is who she says she is. And then your boy's like, just in case, he will flip over to its log into the intelligence network just to see off chance if they have been Starfleet intelligence has a file on this person.
That's going to be for 2 momentum.
I'll give it to you.
Starfleet has no record or on a Faye Hawkins. And judging by the record from what you can tell, she would be like the youngest intelligence operative in history, considering she's 18.
Well, it's not that she's an operative. It's more of, do they have a file on her as,
Right.
when you
There's no
file?
there is no file on her. Like nothing comes up.
Okay. Then Gearbody would just send a note, just a quick text note to the commander saying that as far as he can tell, she is who she says she is.
Excellent. Thank you, GQ. You'll get back. Talk to Dr. Mountain. Everything fine. Seek him out at your convenience.
Thank you, Commander. Well, she exists, but apparently she's been a good girl.
And
That we
apparently, actually, this is after Mountain. So, I'll say, and before you seek out Mountain, take a quick look around the station for her.
Is there a problem, Commander?
Not that I know of, but she was pretty excited to see her uncle, and then, well, she didn't show up for a block of time that she was expected to.
Interesting. There's no record of her leaving the station, but I'll run her profile through facial recognition and her sensor system, see if we can track her down.
Thank you. And let's, thank you.
Yes. Then Gearbody will take the images that in the file of her and put them in the Starfleet's facial recognition program and run it through current sensor net. See if we can locate her.
Control security difficulty 0. Assisted by the station's computer security.
Security systems as a focus.
Sure.
I'm just gonna roll this one flat. Really? What I get for rolling things flat?
Well, you didn't succeed, so there's no assist. But you, sorry.
Oh, difficulty 0. So
it's a difficulty 0. So you pass. Facial recognition pops her up going to the quarter she's been assigned to and hasn't left since.
we'll just tap the com badge. Garibaldi to Commander Reese.
Yes.
According to security station sensor, so she's in her quarters. Has been there for quite some time.
Excellent. Thank you. And that pretty much kind of, at least currently, closes the matter for Arif.
All right, we're gonna move over to unless you have something else, Garibaldi, before I close to Dr. Mountain to end the session here.
Nope, I'm good.
Dr. Mountain, you arrive at the door to your niece's quarters that she's been assigned to.
I chime the door.
Oh, just a minute. Enter.
I pause another second, and then I go in. It's me.
As you enter, you see your niece stepping out from the bedroom area. Um,
I hope I didn't wake you.
um, sorry. I came back and took a nap. I was feeling really tired, and I just
No
hopped out of
worries.
the shower or sonic shower.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you. Yeah. I guess we both lost track of time. Um, so yeah, we can start tomorrow or whatever. But I can show you around the station some this evening once if you want to. We can hang out and chat for a little while, or you can settle here for whatever you like. I'm not trying to pressure you for anything.
Um, sure. I like that.
Yeah, there's some really cool views of all the different spaceships out there. If you like that kind of stuff, and also, like I said, the Arboretum is pretty nice. How's your tummy feeling?
Oh, it's fine. My tummy wasn't upset. I think I was just exhausted from all the
Uh,
traveling, and it just finally kind of hit me after eating.
well, you just need a little fuel so you can take a good nap. Well, yeah, I'm off duty for now, and I'm at your disposal. Where do you want to see first? Or kick me out, and we'll do something tomorrow.
Um, she kind of knows that she reaches. If you want, you can make an insight check on this, but you know,
What is the motion? I didn't notice.
she
Say
kind
it
of
again.
reaches, like, hits the table and then kind of throws her
Oh,
hand to the side.
I step forward and hold her shoulder. I'd like to hold her up. Are you feeling okay? You're dizzy?
I'm still a little tired. It's honestly all the excitement. I think it got to me.
Here, sit down here. Let me take a look at you.
I'm fine.
I know you're fine, but I'll be the judge of that. I'm the professional after all. All right, just sit here for a second, and I'll take out my medical tricorder and just do a quick scan, see if there's anything abnormal, like blood flow or breathing or anything that's might cause dizziness.
Reason medicine difficulty 1.
Since this is the last scene, I'm just going to use my determination. Driven to ease suffering?
No.
No. But yeah, most of the time. Oh. Anyway. Oh, I don't have any momentum. I will take a threat for an extra die.
I like threat. Too bad I can't really spend it. Gain a momentum.
Too bad we can't really spend it.
More information.
Everything seems fine. Her electrolytes are a little off balance.
All right. I get her an energy drink from the tray. Here, let me get you a drink. Something to balance your electrolytes. some trade name that looked kind of lime or fruit juice. And then I bring it over and here, take a few sips of this. Then should clear your head. Okay.
Oh, thank you, Uncle Z.
Hey, no
And,
problem.
She starts sipping it.
All right. There we go. I like this pad.
It's
I don't know, something
really
something about
gracious.
round. Yeah. Arif is a generous person. I've come to believe. You're gonna get everybody the right deal. See, look at this circle on the table. It's pretty freaking cool. Anyway. Cool. So yeah, what are you up for? I mean, I don't want you to fall over going for a walk, but I wonder if there's something we could use. Huh.
Maybe I should just get some rest. I mean,
Yeah, maybe we should wake up tomorrow.
I've been.
Sorry, I'm a little enthusiastic today. I haven't had a niece before. Anyway.
She kind of just smiles and just kind of nods her head.
All right, I'll see you. Have a good night.
I'll see you in the morning, Uncle Z.
Yep, sleep well, Phil. Good night. Love you. And I'll pat her gently on the shoulder.
With that, I think we'll call this the end of New Faces.
Sweet
Same
dreams.
Problems.